Hey everyone, meteorologist Aaron Tuttle here with you, and I've been watching the development of storms out there across the state. Watching a severe thunderstorm, a supercell in far eastern Oklahoma. It'll be approaching the the Arkansas border here within a few minutes as far as where the tornado is concerned. So this is a tornado warned storm here for about the last 10 minutes. The tornado developed on the north end of Poto and probably didn't touch down in the city, but it really got its act together once it just got out of the city limits and is passing west of Cameron. Been watching this storm, so I want to go ahead and just cover it for this area since this is the first tornado warning of the state here for tonight. So here's a look at Okay, so you guys can hear me again. My microphone just died on me, so I was trying to fix that, and that wasn't working for me, so I gave up on it and used a different one. So we're back in business, so apologize for the technical difficulties. Stuff kind of happens. So anyway, sorry about that. We're going to go back to the tornado that's in far eastern Oklahoma, nowhere near Oklahoma City metro area. What I was trying to tell you earlier was we were looking at the dual pole algorithms of the radar, which indicated it was kicking up debris at the time, which indicates we've had a large tornado doing some damage out here. The good news is out in the middle of open farmland. It didn't hit any populated areas, just some county roads and over some rivers, so it likely picked up a lot of trees, that kind of thing. And the circulation center continues to weaken dramatically, which is good news. Let me see here. Now, even though the tornado itself has weakened, they still have leftover debris. This little blue area here I'm circling in the bottom left, that blue region indicates non-precipitation targets. In other words, like I said, trees, dirt, rocks, whatever it may be. So the tornado itself, even though it may be diminished or diminishing, it still has debris being lofted in the air around this area. So the road, or at least the network here, is going to be west of Pensacola. So the tornado, if it still stays on the ground, which again I think it might be weakening and lifting, but we're looking at about 2 or 3 miles west of Pensacola here in far eastern Oklahoma, and then that will eventually cross over right along State Highway 112, right near the Arkansas border. It might intersect Highway 112 that goes north and south as well. So that would probably be the intersection where this particular tornadic circulation would be. It's the first tornado of the state, first tornado warning. And like I said, the radar had confirmation that we've been doing damage. The Weather Service extreme or update on it said a large and extremely dangerous tornado located 3 miles north of Cameron, moving north at 30. So take cover. This is radar confirmed. In other words, no storm spotters are in this area. No one has seen it or reported it. Like I said, it's not over a major town. But using the radar algorithms, we can detect whether or not we've got tornado debris. And if we do, that indicates a fairly significant tornado. So that'll be the first one of the state tonight. This was in far eastern Oklahoma versus, say, southern or southwestern Oklahoma. That's the way it goes sometimes. As long as you're south of that warm front, you've got a potential to see this kind of activity. So the good news is we talked about is weakening pretty quickly. If I go back a few frames where it was the strongest, here, and this is about where I lost my audio. This is where Rock Island, so just due west of Rock Island by about 4 miles, and that is where it had a debris ball with it. That's up here at the top left. In this area here, right here, and then we had the rotation with the red and green on the velocity data, so the toward and away, so wind's going this way and this way. That indicates the rotation algorithm down here on the radar, and then the blue area, like we talked about, co-located, indicates the debris being lofted in the air. So this was a pretty significant radar return. Definitely the best one I have seen this entire spring, and that's saying something because we've had kind of a quiet year. And I looked even at the three-dimensional view while all this was going on, and it was quite impressive as far as the view of how the debris was being lofted in the air in a three-dimensional slice, if you will, the atmosphere. So another little tool I'm using behind the scenes, kind of get an idea on what's happening. Another storm north of there does not have a tornado with it. I think it's actually north of the warm front, and so that will weaken. And even this storm here, once it gets north of the warm front, will weaken. But it's got basically to get to Fort Smith for that to happen. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Real quick, out here in eastern Oklahoma, we have some more storms going up. This is a lot of storms stretching from Inola, south of Hannah up toward Eufaula. This is all in McIntosh County, back up toward Chakota and Warner. Nothing severe with that activity. And then back here in the Jinx, Mounds, Bristow, Stroud Channel, right along the turnpike, got some more activity there as well. And then if we look out here, I'll need to switch radar sources. Let me go to a different one. Here in the immediate metro, a few showers in the northeast side of town toward McLeod. Otherwise, things fairly quiet. And then if we look long range out there, lone little storm that crossed over from the Texas panhandle is now moving into northwest Oklahoma around Putnam. This is in Dewey County. Not severe, just kind of keeps on chugging along. And then we've got new activity now developing, which will eventually turn into something. here in western Oklahoma. So this is the beginning of what's going to be a very rough night here across southwest Oklahoma, and this activity will continue to increase in intensity and expand in coverage, and that will be making its way slowly to the east tonight. So it's going to be a very long and late night tonight. Now, the best shear in the atmosphere as far as producing tornadoes is concerned is up to about 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. After that, it becomes a little bit more linear with time, which makes it harder to produce a tornado. Not impossible, just a lot harder than it would be for earlier storms. So if we don't get a few storms to develop in this favorable environment between now and 2 o'clock in the morning or so, then that's going to be good for us. But I don't think that's going to be the case. And then we're going to see pop-up storms develop. And then we'll get a line coming in from the west as well. Now, the short-term high-range models continue to paint it as more of a squall line. Now, that typically indicates that the shear in the atmosphere is more linear. Well, the models short-term continue to show that's not quite the case. There's a lot of turning with height in speed directional shear. So that tells us more of a supercellular type environment. So the model itself is at odds with what's going to happen in the end result. This has always been a messy, muddled picture. It's never been crystal clear. And that's typically sometimes a worry. If the models can't even get a good handle on it, and there's too many, cooks in the kitchen as far as ingredients and what's going to happen, then there's a signal there for some roughhousing. And so that's what's happening here this evening. And then we're going to kind of just wait and see how things evolve. But it should be a very long night. And a lot of wind, a lot of hail, a lot of heavy rain we talked about, so some flooding potential. So none of that's new. You guys have heard that here for a long time. Okay, so let's go back out here to far eastern Oklahoma. Let's get an update on what this latest storm looks like. And it looks like it has dropped the hook echo with it and has collapsed and actually ended up going due north. What's left of the hook actually went due north to right along State Highway 9 and looks like County Road 11. So it's gone. It's toast. Some good hail though, 2 3/4 inch in Pensacola. So you guys dodged the tornado, but you got some hail out of it. So that's some pretty significant size hail too. So tonight you can expect some hail. It gets up around golf balls, maybe even some baseballs. That's not out of the question. Hope those are few and far between. But needless to say, the storm is making its way north into the colder side of the air mass. In other words, once you get north of the warm front, you lose a lot of the instability. So the dew point's a little lower, temperature's a little lower. So in other words, it'll still probably be a good hail maker, but the tornado threat disappears, and that's good news. So that'll be the case with that. Now the storm up to the north of it, several of them here, even in northwest Arkansas, are some good hail makers, and they got severe thunderstorm warnings on them. Radar algorithm here predicting hail around 1.38 inches in size, so we're getting close to golf balls. And then let's see, even though there's a little rotation in this particular storm up here, it's all outflow dominated, and again, I believe it's going to be fighting in the colder air, more stable. The surface, it won't be rooted, so it should not produce a tornado here, even though you're going to have some rotating storms in that area just because of the shear in the atmosphere. So that is the latest there. And again, this is all kind of taking us out of the state of Oklahoma and into western Arkansas. So my friends out there in Arkansas, you know the deal. You've got some storms coming in here this evening, and they'll be pretty rough as well. Okay, let's see. Weather Service, they looks like they reissued the new warning, even though the rotation disappeared. Severe thunderstorm with strong low-level rotation that could produce a tornado at any time was located over Bonanza, moving northeast at 35. So again, there's no tornado currently, but because the storm itself is rotating, they're going to keep the potential for a tornado to happen at any moment. So they're going to reissue a new warning. So that's the way it looks right now. Let me go up in elevation, see if I see anything that stands out. No, which is good. Look, take another view. And again, this is right on the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. Okay, so look at a lot of different products on the radar just to get my P's and Q's in order. So that means in Fort Smith, you're going to have the hail coming at you. Matter of fact, you have 1 3/4 inches just reported in Arcoma, south of Moffett, south of Fort Smith by about 2.5 to 3 miles. So again, you're going to get some hail there in Fort Smith and Moffett. We'll watch for any redevelopment of the tornado, but for right now, there is nothing there. Just the rotating a storm itself. And like I said, once it gets north of the warm front, it'll lose that tendency. I just, as far as where the warm front is, it doesn't show up very well on this map. I'll have to look at another one. Okay, let's see here. It's still okay. Here's an observation. You can't see this, but I can. It's 70 over 66 with the east southeast wind. So in other words, that is where the warm front is north of this point. So in other words, the storm is still moving in the warmer air, and then now it looks like we've got a new hook developing right here. So it looks like we may end up having another tornado develop out of this one. Let's see here. So this scan just came in here just a moment ago. We'll see one of these others come in, what they look like. Let's see, there's velocity data there. Yeah, it looks like we might be starting to get another low-level circulation here. So we could end up having another tornado here. Let me take a look upstairs. Again, we're looking at far eastern Oklahoma. There's no immediate threat to the Oklahoma City area at this point in time. No storms have developed with any severity in our neck of the woods. Now the problem is this thing is so close to the radar, I'm not going to get a good scan at the half degree. So I'm going to have to go in a little closer. This may not be able to help me that much being that close to the radar. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's just because what happens is the radar beam. Okay, so the radar is basically down in here, and the radar beam's shooting up like this to the north and west. So once the storm gets farther away from the radar, then it'll end up getting more of the storm in it. But right now it's so close, the lowest cut of the beam is right close to the surface, which is good for tracking tornadoes, by the way. Let me try another approach here. Okay, so this would be where, this would be where the circulation is cut off. So algorithms are like this. So they basically have the developing tornado in this region here. And let me look at some of the other stuff here. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, it hasn't happened yet, but it looks like it may be trying to get its act together and recycle. And then looks like the interesting is the west side here has a little hook that tried, but just because it has a hook doesn't mean it produces a tornado. So, but you do and can have two rotating areas of a supercell storm. You can always have an old meso and a new meso that form, and then it's rare to have them both going at the same time. One of them usually dies out. It's usually this one, and then this one over here will take over. So we'll see if that happens with this particular storm. That would be north of Spiro, around Fort Coffee, if that were to be the case. So we'll see what happens with that. Okay, back in here, let's see. Again, those storms severe moving in Arkansas. Up here in Tulsa and Jinx, some heavy storms there. Up along the turnpike, probably a little bit of small hail in some of those. This storm here in Eufaula is picking up in intensity to Chakota. Algorithm producing about 1-inch size hail for that one. And that, of course, moving through Eufaula now. We've got Chakota. Well, I could pick any point on this. This is the southern end of it. But it's going to hit Chakota and Redisville, Shady Grove, and Octaha over the next half hour. So all of you guys are in the path of this cluster of storms here that likely have a little bit of hail with it. Okay, let me go back out here and take a quick peek. Here in the western part of the state. Still got these showers trying to get going, so nothing heavy or severe yet. And in the metro area, a couple of showers here northwest of town from El Reno, Karchi, Kingfisher, and then one lone little guy over here in Hera, McLeod. So again, the severity has not quite materialized yet. Still waiting for storms to get going here across central, southern, and western Oklahoma. All the activity has been to the east so far as picking up the intensity. So let's go over here again. Just particular tornado warned storm. Let's take a look. And if I get quiet, it's just because I'm thinking. Yeah, nothing indicating tornado at this point in time, so that's good news. But like I said, the storm is rotating, and it's had a history of producing a tornado, and that was just north of Poto, the best I could tell. The hook echo actually formed over Poto, but the signature that would indicate a tornado didn't occur until after that. And for the most part, it was over just this open farmland area between Shady Point and Cameron, and then also west of Picola before it kind of dissipated. So that is some good news there. Potential good news anyway. Of course, if it hit anybody at all, that'd be bad news, but nothing coming in as far as that kind of report. So that's good. Now, some of you may have noticed there is a, let's see, what am I looking at? There is a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for central Oklahoma. Let me see if it shows up. Which one of these do I have that on? Probably this one. Got too many radars to choose from here. Okay. All right, so yeah, we have a severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect here. It's this pink area out here in western Oklahoma, and that includes into central Oklahoma. It's just covered by a flood watch on the color scheme, so it's green right here, which overlays on top of the severe. And that expires at 6 o'clock in the morning. So as I said, it's going to be a long night, and they issue a severe thunderstorm watch whenever your main threat is going to be damaging wind and large hail. They issue a tornado watch typically when your main threat is going to be tornadoes, or at least a significant number of them. That does not mean, however, you cannot have a tornado in a severe thunderstorm watch, because that often happens. You just typically don't get that many. And we're not looking for a lot tonight. We are looking for a couple. And we've already had one here in far eastern Oklahoma. Let me take another look at that one. Reading some information here offline. Okay. So I do want to thank you for joining me, though, and again, I apologize earlier for the audio thing. My mic just died on me. I don't know why. I tried messing with it for about 3 minutes and said, all right, forget that. So I'm on the backup mic, so hopefully it sounds okay. It's going to have to do for now until I get time to jack with the other one, figure out what's going on. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I think I now know. No, I don't know. No, I'm just thinking outside. Thinking inside. Maybe not thinking at all. Okay, let's see here. What is the time on this? All right. Let's switch radar sources. Go over here to this data. So it looks like I got over 1,000 of you watching, and again, we're kind of focused on eastern Oklahoma right now because that's where all the action has been the last hour or so. Okay. Split this into 2-panel. And then we're going to go up. Yeah, just some really weak rotation. If there is a tornado, it would be extremely weak and small, and it would be heading toward Arcoma. Now, Arcoma, you just had some 3/4-inch hail reported a couple of minutes ago. Now, so this area here is the weak circulation feature, and like I said, extremely, extremely weak. But that would be the location where the tornado would be. That would be on the southwest side of town by about a mile. So again, stay in your shelters. Guys, they're still under official tornado warning for this area here in far eastern Oklahoma. and this kind of runs right into Arkansas. So basically right along the state line. Let's see here. What am I looking for? Okay. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Let me see what's going on up here on this one. I believe this one's north of the warm front. Let me see if I can find a surface observation up here. Yeah, because here's the warm front. It's 60/63, and that is in Sallisaw, Sequoia. So that's where the boundary lies. It looks like. Let me see if I got another one. It's at 62 up there. Okay. It's kind of snaking around in that area. All right. We'll see. Let's go over here. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that's been triggered for this cluster of storms we looked at earlier here in Eufaula country. Hail sizes still exceed 1 inch to 1.25 inches in diameter. The information from the Weather Service is severe thunderstorm warning for McIntosh County and north central Pittsburgh and Muskogee until 12:15. It's an hour from now. Moving northeast at 40 with a quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's the warning that just came out as of 60 seconds ago. So let's do a. It's tough to do a storm track on this one just because there's so many. It's just one long cluster of storms, so it wouldn't do you much good. I can just tell you, Chakotah, Rentisville, Shady Grove, Octahaw, Kiefton, and Summit are all on the path of seeing this multicellular heavy rain and hail-making entity that are making its way on through here in south of the town of Muskogee. No tornado though, and no immediate look of a tornado either. Go over here and look. So yeah, just a cluster of storms. Let's see what this guy's doing here. Also, everything's so good. Okay. All right, that storm continues to kind of weaken, which is good. So there's no tornado with it. There's no imminent, immediate threat of a tornado at this point in time. Radar still doesn't have anything organized, but still official warning is in effect for Fort Smith, Van Buren, Barling. You wouldn't worry about it. You're far east of it. Basically, it would be, if anything were to ever happen, it'd be Arkoma, Fort Smith, Van Buren, Rena, and Roland and Fort Coffee. Basically, is kind of the areas you'd watch for. But even then, like I said, nothing's happening currently. Doesn't look like anything in the short term. Okay, let's go back out here. Let's check on western Oklahoma again. See if anything's changed since we last looked. Okay, so out here, showers continue. Nothing heavy, no storm activity yet, but they're starting to get some more reds and yellows thrown in. So that just means they're slowly intensifying. New cell action here in northern Canadian County. Some heavy showers there popping up. Nothing in the immediate Oklahoma City metro area. The warm front is, let's see, what is it? 63 dew point, 63, 63, 63 in Norman. Let's see, is it getting higher? Let's see, Pauls Valley. What is that? 70. So the real juice, as far as dew points go, looks to be south of the metro. Let's see, what's this one? Shawnee, over 64. So yeah, Oklahoma City is still on the northern fringe of what would be the warm frontal boundary. Let me take a look at the bad wind profile. So this is why I'm, watching out for tornadoes. And this may be hard for you to see, but this is what we look at in the atmosphere. It's basically as a vertical look, and it samples air movement at various levels. So get speed and direction. What we have here is a due east wind at this spot, right? Let's see. So let me see. It's hard to explain this. Think of it as a staircase. Okay, it goes up like this. As you go up a staircase, it twists. That's what the winds are going to do. So the winds twist. They're east, southeast. Then they kind of go like this, and they kind of go like this. Then they go like this. So you get this whole corkscrew action that goes up like this. Okay. So we look at. Let's see. Let's do this one. This is what I want. Yeah. So this has an easterly wind, this has a southeast wind, south-southeast wind, due south wind, southwest wind, southwest wind, southwest wind, and kind of southwest all the way up. So what you want to produce tornadoes is you want a good east wind turning to a southwest wind. Now typically, the faster this turns to a southwest wind, the better the directional shear, which means the better odds of seeing a tornado. Also, you want these wind speeds to increase. So this is 20 knots, 20 knots, 30 knots, 35, 35, 30, 35, 40. So you also want these wind speeds to increase too. Now, they're just now getting there. So over the next hour, these wind speeds should continue to increase. So this is what we call speed and directional shear. And as long as this profile looks like this, you have a chance for a tornado. Now, if all these winds start to go south, 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 you get a squall line, a line of storms. So that's how you can differentiate the atmosphere between the two. And right now, like I said, from central Oklahoma down south, southwest, that is where the best parameters are for producing a tornado right now. But you have to have a storm in that environment. You can't just produce a tornado out of thin air. So you're going to have a storm that's rooted, but if it is, that's what it has to work with. So that's why we're watching for that to develop. Okay, so back out here, eastern Oklahoma. Let's see, this storm's just about out of the state. Tail end of it is over here south of Roland. Won't be in there much longer. Like I said, it hasn't produced a tornado in a while. It's good news. This particular cluster storm still kicking around Eufaula, Chakota, Texana, Dutchess Landing, Shady Grove, Warner, Keefton, Muskogee County, Dakota, I think I mentioned. So moving on this is just to the northeast. It looks at about, I think it was 40 miles an hour. So you can see as I put this into motion, it's kind of training over the same areas. You're going to get a lot of heavy rainfall as a result. Now we are looking for some flash flooding tonight. You know, maybe not now, but as more and more of these storms continue to develop and they train over the same areas, that's what we're going to see. Okay, let me see here. So all the action you see is up here. This is in southern, southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. These are all hail producers. Got one lone severe here in Hominy, northwest of Tulsa. The wording on that one, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, moving northeast at 45. So for those of you folks in Tulsa going, are we under a tornado threat? And the answer is very minor. The boundary that we're talking about does reside over your area, so that you're in play. It's just you need more CAPE. You don't have enough CAPE up there as far as instability goes. But we'll see. Sometimes you can have low CAPE, high shear, and then that kind of changes things. So you're not out of the woods, but it's just a low end probability. Doesn't mean it's a zero. Still going to happen. A low end probability doesn't mean anything when it happens, right? It's all relative. The warning just came out on this for Tulsa County and Rogers. Severe, moving northeast at 45, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So get used to hearing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. That's going to be the generic, broad brush warning wording for any of these that pop out initially. And then they'll be upgraded once the hail reports come in larger. Then the warnings will come out with, okay, here's your larger size hail. Okay, let's see, what do we say? 213 at 39. Let me update that. These storms are moving pretty fast too. I mean, they're 45 miles per hour. They're not sitting around and hanging out too much time. So interesting. We've got all the action here across eastern Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas. We got nothing in the middle. And then we got some new action out here in western Oklahoma. So we'll have to wait and see if all this fills in, see what's going to happen. So for me, my plan is to be up, I don't know how, but all night. I may have to take naps. I don't know how this is going to work. My adrenaline at some point is going to kill over, and you're gonna hear me talk like I'm half asleep. So I don't know when that's going to happen. And I didn't get much sleep last night, so that's not really helping things out either. It is what it is. So we'll see what happens. But needless to say, I'm going to cover all this stuff for you as best I can, and we'll just tell you where the storms are, where they're going, who they're going to affect, what's in them, that kind of deal. Now, I mainly focus on tornadoes though, so there are going to be times where I just sign off for a while, just let the radar go up and stay on while I go do some, R&R type stuff somewhere else just to stretch my legs. So if I disappear for a while, that's what the case is. But I'm still going to watch it behind the scenes regardless. And what I found out the other night is better if I end the Facebook Live and then leave the YouTube version going. And then when it looks like tornadoes are about to develop or something like that of significance, then I start another YouTube Live, or excuse me, another Facebook Live. Because otherwise you won't know, you won't get a notification that I'm going live. Now, how many of you are going to be on Facebook at 1 o'clock in the morning? I don't know. And how many on your phones, you're going to be asleep or have them turned off on silent. That if you're going to do that, make sure you have my app, AT's Weather to Go, or some other app that you need weather information from. Make sure you have it to bypass your silent mode. You can do that under your app settings, at least on Android. I'm pretty sure there's an iPhone setting too. That way it'll wake you up. But like I said, I'll be here throughout the night. Now, if it turns out, this turns out to be a big bust event and there's no storms at all, well, then obviously I'm going to go to bed, but I don't see that happening. If anything, I just see it delayed since we haven't seen anything pop up here in south central Oklahoma like the models had suggested earlier. Okay, so just from me blabbing for like the last 5 minutes, quite a change in the radar output, so we're finally getting somewhere. I need to fix that crawl. Just realized there's some words jumbled together. Okay, so here in Canadian County, there is your new development here of showers. And then these out here are starting to pick up in intensity. They were all just green and blue there for a while, and now we've got a lot more reds thrown in. So they're starting to run into that more unstable air, so they should continue to intensify. I still think we're going to see some storms somewhere pop up here and then move northeast, and those will be the ones to watch, especially for tornado development. So that is what I'll be looking for here for tonight. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings here in northeast Oklahoma, Osage, Tulsa, and McIntosh, Muskogee counties. Typical hail and wind type deal. Let's put that back on one panel. Okay. See, we got some showers that are trying to pop up. Here's one down here, and there's another out here. So we'll just have to see how they progress. All right, I need to fix this crawl. It's going to drive me crazy. So if you see some, let's see. Top. There we go. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just sitting here watching it with you guys, and I got 1,000 of you just hanging out. I hope you're all having a tasty beverage. I've got one right here. It looks like it's a tasty beverage. Look at that, it's got foam on it too. Unfortunately, it's just protein. Sucralose. All right. Oh, it's stout. So anyway. Okay, so no tornadoes in the state at all. Nothing in the imminent time frame. We are seeing showers now popping up more, so that tells me that the activity is just now getting fired up. So it won't take long before you start seeing severe storms materialize here in western Oklahoma. Then if some stuff can get going down south, we'll see those turn severe pretty quickly too. So once they get going, they won't have a problem becoming severe. And like these others, hail and wind first off, and then we'll see if they're in the right spot, right environment, then we'll see if they turn into tornado producers. And so we'll just take that one at a time. Like I said, there's no reason to panic or have anxiety. Even if there is a tornado, like we had earlier about an hour ago, that was out over open farmland in the middle of nowhere. That was great. And that's usually how they happen, which is good too. They don't always hit cities or big towns, thank goodness. And typically they don't affect a lot of people. We have like 56 tornadoes a year on average, 56 of them. And how many of you, are going, oh yeah, I've seen all 56. It doesn't happen. You can live your whole life in Oklahoma and never see a tornado, except on TV. They're like needles in a haystack. But we're going to cover them. And if one pops up, we'll tell you where it's going to be and where it's going to go. So, all right, tell you what. I'm going to go stretch my legs. I'm going to play with this microphone, see if I can't fix it while you guys are watching the radar. So I'll put the radar back up. My storm chasing crew is out tonight. So I'll check in to see if they got their live feeds going. Of course, there's no storms right now, but once they get those cranking, we'll have them up. Even though it'll be dark, we'll see what we can see. Oklahoma storm chasers, they're hungry for some action, so they're driving around in the dark, and they'll be out again tomorrow as well. Tomorrow is mainly a eastern third of the state event as far as severe weather goes, and that's in the afternoon and evening. We will have severe storms rolling through, though, probably in the early morning hours across central Oklahoma. That's just kind of the tail end of what this stuff is coming in out from the west tonight. Because like I said, it's going to be a long night. So looking at the computer model data, the best parameters, if you will, as far as tornadoes go, peaks here in the metro, kind of on the south end of town, and Oklahoma City itself, peaks around 8 Zulu. So that puts it at, let's see, 6 Zulu is 1 o'clock, so 3 o'clock in the morning. And then the threat moves off south and east really fast. So that's why I'm saying for central Oklahoma and our best threat, if we're going to get a tornado at all, is going to be up to about 3 o'clock in the morning. Then that kind of changes and shifts down to the south. We'll have the cold front to our north push southward, and that'll force the warm front south, and that'll end that threat. And matter of fact, all it takes is the cold front to get a little extra push, and if that happens, that forces that warm front south, and that takes the tornado threat along with it, which is good news. Now I can show you, let's go back here. Haven't done any of this in a while. So where is my page? No, I don't want that one. Don't want that one. Let's see, let's do this one. Okay. So our warm front, roughly something like this, goes through the metro down here to about like so. It kind of snakes in that area. And we've got a area of low pressure down here in southwest Oklahoma. Now this low is supposed to redevelop and move to the northeast and be here around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then move east from there. So I'll be watching carefully where this low triple point ends up following, because that's kind of where you get the enhanced severe storm potential for that. So we'll be watching where the warm front goes. Meanwhile, the cold air, these wind barbs indicate the cold air pushing in like this. So that'll have a tendency to want to kind of move the warm front to the south. So it'll be basically a battle zone here. And wherever this warm front stalls and just hangs for a while, if you can get some storms to form right along it, that's where you really crank out the rainfall and, of course, the severe weather threat. So now this is another tool I like to use. Just samples the atmosphere in which the storms are being developed in, and we'll see what the storms are capable of doing historically. So if I pick this area out here in west central Oklahoma, ahead of that developing line, this goes back to the environment, looking at prior tornado events, and we'll see how many of these bars and the pink overlap the bars in the red. The pink is where we are currently. The bar in the red is where you need to be in all these different categories. And right now, this particular spot I picked, we're only hitting about half the categories for seeing a tornado develop. Let's see if we got another one. That was, where did I pick? That was out close to Custer. For example, I'll pick, let's just go down south central Oklahoma. So we'll go down near Duncan or so. Same kind of deal. We're kind of just on the outside sketches or borders of it. So not a lot of confidence as far as what the analog state at getting a tornado in the short term in this area, but we don't have any storms there right now anyway, at least historically speaking. For fun, we'll just click the area here in Fort Smith to see, compare, and just a sanity check. So even here, if you look, we had a tornado there, but according to these analogs, we weren't even in a couple of them. Now here we're on some outliers on this one and this one, but we missed on the SCP. But at least they're a little bit more cohesive than the one we looked at before. So it's a neat little tool. I've used it quite a bit. Still getting the hang as to how much confidence or weight to put on it. But anytime you can compare the past with the present, it does provide somewhat of helpful information. Let's see here. Satellite view. All the storms out here bubbling up east. And then we have the new line that came in here in Tulsa on 44. Looks like we got all the new stuff bubbling up now in central and western Oklahoma. So looks like the show is just getting underway, taking its sweet time. Looks like probably got some more out here in the Panhandle. So this is where the energy is out here that's kicking through. As that energy kicks through, it'll keep bubbling up all these storms out here. So that is what is happening. And then let's see, I think that's all I wanted to show you on this. Okay. So back to the radar. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is, like I said, I'm going to end the Facebook Live. So you guys are watching now. It's going to end. And then I'll start another one once we have some severe storms that are approaching, you know, the rotation characteristics needed to produce a tornado. And that could be a while. It could be an hour from now. I mean, it could be an hour and a half. It is, I don't know. Just kind of wait and see. But that way I can work on some stuff behind the scenes. But as always, I do appreciate you guys watching and following. And give you a little alternative weather coverage. Use a lot of the same tools that you see on the television stations. So especially at nighttime, it's an equal playing field as far as you go with the radar, and you go with what you know, what you're trained in, how you interpret it, and you go with the reports that come in from emergency management or public, and you kind of pass that stuff along, and then we just go from there. Keep you safe. All right, I'm going to put it back on the radar, and then I'll be back after a certain amount of time. Thanks always for watching.
Okay, we've got a supercell storm that is now moving into west central Oklahoma from the Weatherford area, and I'm already seeing some signs of pretty good rotation at the lower levels. I'm actually seeing two built in within this particular supercell, and one of them actually have like a little teeny tiny, may have produced an EF0 tornado briefly. I'm just kind of watching it right now, so since it's on that borderline, we're going to go ahead and start providing live coverage for that, and we'll just see what happens here over the course of the evening. Okay, so let's get into the details here. As you know me, I like to get into the maps. So this is what we're looking at. The radar again out. This is west of Oklahoma City. The particular storm we're looking at is for Weatherford. It's got kind of what you call a hook echo appendage to it, and earlier I saw a little indentation back behind that a moment ago. Yeah, right in here. Let me go back a frame. It's not very strong. Something just caught my eye about it. Yeah, here we go. And this little spot right here. So it's possible we could have had a teeny tiny EF0 tornado between just north of Corn by about a mile. See, I even had a little bit of a hook echo with it in this area here. So it wouldn't have been a big deal. As I said, it'd been really weak, probably less than 60 miles per hour. That would have been northeast of Corn by about a mile, if that indeed were the case. It's just a really weak signature on radar, but it caught my eye. So we're going to do that. We're going to kind of track to see this. Otherwise, this main area out here in the front is where it would normally have our attention focused. But like I said, there's enough going on with this storm to kind of pay more attention to it. And that little weak area of circulation has already drifted due north of Corn by about 3 miles, and doesn't nearly look like what it did a minute ago, but we'll see. Like I said, these are supercell storms. So they're the ones that are capable of producing a tornado. The one north of that, around Greenfield, Watonga, that has some rotation in it too, but very broad. It's around Greenfield. So in other words, you're going to hear, the red and the green. So that's the red and this is the green. But here's the problem. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles across. When that happens, you're not tracking a tornado at all. As a matter of fact, you're just tracking general broad rotation as it is. So that does not mean a tornado is imminent, nor does it mean it's close to producing one. That has to be, that type of rotation you see has to be within about a mile, maybe a mile and a half, and you kind of focus on that tightness, and that's where, okay, we got a tornado coming out of it. So I'll watch it. So unless it tightens up and shrinks in the aerial coverage, it's just going to be a good hail producer. Right now, algorithm triggering about 1.75 inch size hail. So we're getting up close to golf balls or so out of that particular storm. Let's see, here in the metro, no storms to speak of here. Things are quiet. We had a little storm on the far north end of town, basically just north of Edmond, towards Seward and Cedar Valley, and even that thing's kind of petered out, and what's left of it is hauling north into Perry and Lucien, so probably a little bit of tiny pea-sized hail left with that, and that's going to be about it with that one. All the storms that are pretty much, I'd say roughly east-west along 412 here in northern Oklahoma, kind of in this corridor, have really lost their punch. So a lot of these are going to be some heavy rain makers, probably some very tiny hail with them. That's going to be about it. Once you get, and that's because they're basically north of the warm front. Once you get south of this boundary, you get into the more unstable air. And so these storms will have more of a punch as a result, including here in the metro if anything does get moving here. Then also east toward Muskogee. These are going to have more of a punch to them as well, just because of the hail potential and maybe a little bit of damaging wind. Haven't had a lot of damaging wind reports. I've seen plenty of hail reports coming in out of some of these storms. Nothing in southern or southeastern Oklahoma at the time. A few pop-up showers, looks like. In southwest Oklahoma, we're still watching for new development, but right now we've got a couple of supercells out here that are kind of just now getting going, tapping into that more unstable atmosphere. So if I'd have to say, it would be these two storms to kind of keep a close eye on. Now this Watonga storm, that's a north wind, is about to run into the dew point of 57. So once it starts to cross north of State Highway 33, any potential it would have at producing a tornado is long gone. So it's only going to be for another couple of minutes, so that doesn't have much of a chance. This one down south, though, has a much better chance currently, but it's going to have to get its act together before it follows a big brother up here in the more stable air. So right now that's the story we've got out here. And these, like I said, these are garden variety severe thunderstorms with your typical wording on them. Here's golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for the Weatherford storm. Watonga and Greenfield storm, the Weather Service discussion on that. Once again, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pretty soon it'll have hot dog size hail thrown in it. Hot dog size hail is a inside joke from my chiropractor. His mom was watching severe weather coverage and she heard hot dog size hail. And he says, "Mom, what'd you just say?" She said, "It's hot dog size hail out there." He goes, "Hot dog size hail? What kind of hail size is that?" She goes, "I don't know. Must be pretty big." So he went back and played the TiVo or whatever it was, and it was, I think it was, ended up being softball size hail. So that was a funny conversation. So I told him I'd use hot dog size hail from now on. Anytime I see some hail in a storm, it looks pretty good. So little fun for you. All right, so these storms out here, like I said, they're severe. They got hail with them. Might have a little bit of wind at some point. So far, I haven't had that yet. And then these storms out here in far western Oklahoma are still kind of getting going. So they got a while to go before they can get a little bit more severe. But they do have severe thunderstorm warnings on them. And the warnings for that, typical 60-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar size hail. Everything's moving northeast at about 25 to 35 miles per hour on an average. And then, like I said, there's nothing out here southwest of town. Unless something bubbles up, still be quiet for probably another half hour to an hour. Models still continue to break out more storms out in this quadrant. So this is just the beginning. It's a later show than what they originally had focused in on, but they're still popping up and still going. So I told you it'd be a long night tonight, and the brunt of the heavier storms really won't move through the Oklahoma City metro area in other words, a solid line until close to daybreak. So that is a long night, and that'll be kind of in a squall line type scenarios. We're looking at damaging wind, large hail with that. The tornado threat typically on a squall line type situation is very low, just because the wind shear is a little bit different. So speaking of wind shear, it's been a while since I looked at that. So let's pull that up here real quick. Okay, so just as before, we got a good turning with height, and the speed shear is picked up just a hair. So we're now at a full, is that 40 knots? Yeah, most levels of the atmosphere at 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 feet and on up. So the speed shears increases to hair. Directional shear is obviously there. So like I said, the environment is there for producing a tornado. So we'll have to wait and see if any of these storms are able to tap into that. And for a while there, this one out here west looked pretty impressive. But they do that though. Okay, let me check a look at the winds. Ooh, okay. This one up here at Greenfield really tightened up, like dramatically, right here in this quarter. So much so, give me a second here. I would say that's probably a tornado right here in this area. So this is north of Greenfield, about 2 miles north where this little circulation center is. We're looking at 5,000 feet. So it's a little high for the radar beam, but the closest of the gate-to-gate shear in this area is pretty substantial. So that tells me more than likely there's probably maybe a little bit of a small tornado in this area. Okay, so that's going to be right along East Road 850, intersection of 2610. So again, that's like 3 miles northeast of Greenfield. So if that is the case, it's out in the middle of farmland again, which is good. It's southeast of Watonga by about, looks like 6 miles. So that is where the circulation of this potential tornado would be. Again, no official warning from the National Weather Service, just looking at the Doppler radar. The broad circulation we talked about tightened up quite a bit in that little gate-to-gate period, just there for a brief scan. Again, that's 5,000 feet elevation. That's the closest we can get, looks like, at the surface. Let's see, there's another radar up here. It might be a little better. It's going to be close. I'll try it out and see if it gets any lower. I like to, for a tornado, to really get a good idea, I like to be scanning, 1,000 feet. That'd be ideal. Every 1,000 feet you go up, you lose a lot. So we'll see what this new view looks like. We'll see if it's going to be any different. Let's see, again, also watching the storm south, equally in hydro. Let's see, anything else to talk about here in central Oklahoma? No, this one out here in Hobart, or excuse me, Retrop, it's getting a little bit better. We'll see what it does here in a little bit. Okay, back up here to this northern Greenfield one here. Okay, see that other radar's caught up. All right, we're looking at 5,000 feet also on this one. So no difference there. Okay, and it lost its tightness on the circulation. It's back to being broad and diffuse. And that's actually probably in here in this point, some side lobe contamination. Yeah. So for what it was there for a minute, didn't last long. So that's good news. Okay, so this storm had some pretty good rotation with this. Means it's going to have some good hail with it too. Hail size will come up to 1.92, so basically 2-inch size hail. So that's going to be bigger than golf balls, and that's going to be coming in east of well, I would say probably Watonga's already seen some pretty good hail, golf ball size. We'll see if there are any reports come out of that, but you're getting some pretty good hail cores coming down right now. Like I said, little circulation center we tracked there a minute ago that showed up for like 2 scans. Already gone, but that's well to your southeast. Like I said, about 6 miles. Okay, see anything else up here? Nope. All right, and that's why I'm basically tracking this stuff now live for you. So if we do get a quick spin up, I'm there to catch it. It may not last very long. That only lasts a minute or two, and that was it. And again, that is assuming a touchdown at 5,000 feet. That's tough to make a solid call on, but the radar data did suggest it. Okay, let me see what kind of view we have on this guy from this view. More rotation for that one. Okay. I'm going to switch radar sources again. Let me try this one. Give this one a minute. Okay. While that one's updating, see if this view too far. Yep, just too far. This is from the terminal Doppler weather radar, really high resolution radar, which covers just basically the metro area only, and it kind of cuts off once you get past about 70 miles or so. All right. What we can do though, let's look at this longer view of it. Okay. So as far as the strongest, best structure storm at this time, it would be the one east of Weatherford, right along Highway 40, and just north of Eakley and west of Hinton. My storm chaser guys, Oklahoma storm chasers, are en route to intercept this one for Hinton, so we'll see what they end up getting on their feed. We'll pull them up live here in a little bit once they get in position. All right, let's go back to this one. Check out what this view looks like. What are we at? 5,000 feet again, 4,000 feet. Let's see if, what time is this? Okay, it's a few minutes ago. So yeah, back just to broad circulation. You can see the little icon there on the screen. There's a couple of them here, a red one. Let's see, it's just a meso ID where it's got a strong mesocyclone. Yeah, nothing that screams tornado or anything like that. I am going to go back in time though, since I pulled up a different radar view. Just see what it looked like on this one. Yeah, right there, just north of Greenfield, like 3 miles. That's when it looked its best, in this spot right here. That's where I think if it was going to produce one, it did at that time I told you, and then that was it. So that was 2 scans. So that was only a couple of minutes. Otherwise, that thing's long gone. Now this one down here, let's see what it's doing. Hook echo, but again, not a well-defined hook echo, and remember, not every hook echo has the potential for a tornado. Plenty of those around that never produce a tornado. And this is going to be in that category right now. Let's see, any rotation tracks? Nope. That looks like side lobe stuff. Let me see here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so nothing to worry about that one either for the short term. So one out here is pretty far away, so yeah, it's on the edge of the radar for this one. I have to switch to a different one if I want to use that. So we'll just leave that there for now. Let's see here. Let's go back to this one. I have a lot of different radar views that I end up using just to check everything out. By the way, let me do a storm track on this one also. Everything's kind of moving, like I said, northeast close to 30. Let me see what this one was. This one's northeast at 40. So I'll track where the center of the mesocyclone would be. So the hail will be just north of this. Northeast at 40. All right, that puts it in Bridgeport at just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and Geary at 1:14. Let's see, moving at 40 miles per hour. Now that's just going to be where the center of the circulation would be if there turns out to be one. The hail core is just north of that, so that'll pass west of Bridgeport and west of Geary, but we'll hit Greenville, the hail core on this one. And most of these, like we talked about so far, have been about golf ball size as far as the hail goes. Haven't seen anything larger than that. Well, I did see what was a 2-inch size a minute ago. So, but not other than that, I mean, nothing huge. Huge. I mean, that's pretty big, but you know what I mean. No grapefruits or baseballs. That's what I'm getting at. Okay, so that was that one storm. Let me track this other one here, the Watonga storm. It's the hail producer 2. Like I said earlier, we had that little brief, maybe even a brief weak tornado. Okay, so this one is moving northeast, Loyal at 1:15. So that's the next big town over. And I think we got some smaller towns I can run off here for Watonga one. No, just Lacey. Lacey will be in the path of that. And then let me see, maybe this one down here. Bridgeport, Geary, Calumet at 1:23. So those are the couple of communities that these two storms are running into. Now, what time is that? Alright, let me switch to the radar side on this one too. Okay. See what this one looks like. I'm going to split the panel here. Okay, really pathetic rotation on this Greenville one. So broad and a lot weaker than what it was before. The one down here, Bridgeport and Hydro, still not much to write home about there either. It was much stronger earlier. So we'll see. That's typical. I mean, a lot of times supercells will cycle, and when they do that, then the wind speeds increase, decrease. So, unfortunately, once they get in that pattern, you have to kind of watch them pretty closely, especially if you're in an environment that's favorable for producing a tornado, because that can happen within just a couple minutes, as we showed you just a moment ago. And earlier this evening, we had that one large tornado in eastern Oklahoma near the state line of Arkansas that was doing some damage. Now, luckily, it was in the middle of some farmland, so it should have hopefully just gotten a bunch of trees and dirt and that kind of stuff. But it was definitely hitting something. But it was in between towns, so hopefully that means that no one got hit. Let's see here. Okay, that was by the way, that was north of Poto. Is where that particular tornado was. So that was the first and only tornado of the state so far this evening. Okay, Guthrie is a little shower out there. No big deal. All right, let's see what else we got going on. That's it. So there's 3 supercells out here worth watching. Now, not every supercell produces a tornado, but a supercell can and typically does produce a tornado given the right environment. So that's why we're watching it. Okay, what time is this one? Did I not switch? I thought I switched radars. No, I didn't. So we're going to now. Okay. So Cordell. I love this new Cordell. Melissa always tells me that the whole thing's a joke out there about the new Cordell. They all want to, in Cordell, they all want to know where new Cordell is. So, but for as long as I've been in Oklahoma City market, for whatever reason, new Cordell's on every radar map. So it's there. It's gonna stay there. Let's see. So Dill City, Sentinel, some heavy rainfall, maybe a little bit of hail. Hail algorithms are tripping at 1.25 inches, so 1.25 inch size hail. Okay. One here in Bridgeport. Again, nothing as far as tornado goes, but good storm as a cyclone, which just means good hail maker. Matter of fact, the hail in this one is now up to 2 inches in diameter. That's the radar algorithm estimated on the hail size. Now that's interesting. Nice little ball, reflectivity ball, which typically we use when we're tracking tornadoes. We get like a spike in the reflectivity ball, but the way this is shaped with this green out here is just indicating of RFD, which is rear flank downdraft. But just surprised that it has such a strong reflectivity notch on it. Okay. Anything up here? Nope. All right, 3 supercells that are behaving currently. We like that, right? Quick look at the shear. No changes. Don't expect any until about 3 in the morning anyway. Should become more linear at that point in time. Okay. Let's see, this one's loaded back up. Let's see what it's doing. 53. Okay. Hail again, 2 inches in diameter is what's tripping on the algorithms. Let's see something here. Okay. Alrighty. Well, this storm's getting a little better organized. We'll see what happens with it. The one down here in Dill City, Sentinel, it's getting a little better organized. Tail end of it's looking a little better. Still nothing on the velocity side of things. Let's see, what time was that? 53. 53. We did that already. Yeah. Okay. And this one up here. Check this one out. Nope. Alright, so we got 3 good, healthy, severe storms here in west central Oklahoma and out to the west. And that's it as far as action goes. Nothing new has popped up here. Eastern Oklahoma, some still heavy rainmakers, a little bit of hail. Out here from Fort Gibson, Muskogee, Octahaw, Kiefton. Let's see, algorithms there, a little over inch in diameter for the hail size. So these storms really aren't nearly as strong as what they were, I think, about a couple of hours ago when we were looking at these the first time around. Okay. Oh, got some new storms down here. Far southern Oklahoma, southwest Oklahoma rather, and Texas Panhandle. This will be the start of a new line. So what will happen is we'll get a line of cluster of storms that'll back build down to the south, and this will swing east overnight. And by, let's see, what time are we now? 1 o'clock in the morning. So, 3 o'clock in the morning maybe. They're about here. 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe they're here. It just depends on how fast they end up moving once the line gets going. And then we should get some more activity develop here again, another wave, and that'll move through too. Either that or these are just going to take their sweet time. But they should get some more activity developing back here. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Still waiting for something else to pop up in this rich area down here, but nothing's happening. If you get an uncapped area, something can go up, but the models typically try to increase the cap in the overnight hours, but up closer to the warm front, which is back up here toward the metro, they lessen the cap strength. Okay, so let's see what this guy's doing. Let's see, new image just came in. Boy, the northern storm is just falling apart. Tell you what, they get too far north, like I said, in that more stable air, and they don't look nearly as important. Okay, so again, this is going to be the storm to watch. This is the Bridgeport storm. And still all outflow dominated. Call that RFD, rear flank downdraft. So it's got some good wind with it. Let's see, what am I picking up on the winds? About close to 50 miles per hour. And this is 5,000 feet. So let me just go see what it looks like upstairs, just for fun. Now, I did notice, though, the storm has moved more to the due east, which means more of a right turner. And when that happens, that means it's rotating really hard. That's usually a precursor for tornado development, if it's going to do so. So that's why we're watching this one really closely. All right, nice core aloft. This is the Hook Echo region. This is tied in with it. So the Hook Echo region here and slanted upwards for the updraft. Let me see if there's any rotation that we can see. Have to try looking at a couple of these. Nothing quite developed yet. So what will happen is once that rotation really gets going at various levels, you'll get these green blobs all right here on this side, and they'll be up against the blue blob, the bluish purple blob. So when they do that in a column, then that's where you've got your good rotating mesocyclone with likely a tornado coming out of it once all that sets up. And that's what it looked like at the Fort Smith, the LaFleur, Poteau storm. It had a situation where it was really well defined. It was very impressive. It was the most impressive storm I've seen this spring here in the state. So we'll have to watch that. Okay. Live. Okay, my storm chasing guys just checked in. They're in Binger. Okay, they're in Binger trying to get to Hinton. They were hauling, so they were trying to get there. All right, let me see. Yes, this is them. Okay, so they're over here. Of course, it's nighttime, so once they get closer to that storm with some lightning, we'll be able to hopefully probably see a lowering, probably see a wall cloud, that kind of deal. So we'll see what these guys come up with. So if something does happen, they'll be in the right spot. Okay, so I'll watch their live feed here in the background, and then we'll see what happens. So that's Shane and Garth from Oklahoma Storm Chasers, and then let's see if these guys are up to. That was Sammy and Brandon are in the southern one. So all right, so we'll check in with them too. So looks like they're both kind of getting set up. A lot of lightning, by the way, with this particular storm system. We had a lot going on here in the northern part. These flashes, the white ones, are the most recent within the last minute. Then they kind of change colors to yellow and red as they get older. So a lot of older strikes here from that storm that went north of the metro. A lot of fresh ones out here for the storms out to the west. Here in eastern Oklahoma, that's where all the action has been as far as lightning. Look at all this lightning here from Tulsa, due east, northwest Arkansas, and down southeast. So these storms have been a lot more electrical, a lot more energy to work with. And usually lightning will pick up once you get a storm intensifying enough to where you can get tornado production. Okay, so Shane says that they're in the RFD side of things. So on the RFD, you can see the wind blowing across the road. That'll blow the rain sideways. So they're basically jumping right into it. They want to feel some action. So they're going to see what they can get out of this particular storm. So this is their live feed, just driving through it. And let me actually check their location. They are, okay, got them here. Okay, so yeah, just north of Lucky Bow. Yeah, so there's Hinton. So they're between Lucky Bow and Hinton. So they're right here. So they're driving right through this mess. So they're they really wanted to get a taste. Radar estimates 52 miles per hour is what they're driving through. So that's what they're hitting right now. So yeah, they got wind, they got the rain blowing sideways and right in their face. So RFD is nothing to mess with once it gets to that straight line wind damage category of 60 plus miles per hour, and it can get up there. So, but the good news is, as long as a storm has RFD, a rear flank downdraft, in other words, as long as that air is coming down at that speed, it can't go back up nearby to get a tornado to go. It has to kind of exhaust all this energy, if you will, and then it'll recycle, and there's a chance for a tornado later. So while it's strong on the RFD side, it means it can't do a tornado at the same time. Typically, when a tornado, the life cycle is about to end, the RFD is actually what ends it. It kind of cuts it off. It cuts off the inflow, cuts off the what it needs to keep going. So RFDs are good if you don't want tornadoes. Let's put it that way. Either preventing one or killing one, either way. But it's straight line winds, and that can sometimes do as much damage as a weak tornado. All right, so Oklahoma storm chasers are out there just blasting the core, seeing what's in it. So they're, like I said, they're about a couple miles south of Hinton. So you can see how visibility drops pretty good once you hit those pockets of wind up to close to 60. All right, so that's riveting live streaming television video for you. Looks like they went through it, so things are going to quiet down a bit. All right, let's see what they look like here. So the radar, they just drove through this mess, which estimated now is 56 miles per hour. So that's what they just drove through. Now they're going to be heading up to Hinton, where, if there's going to be a good, nice wall cloud you can actually see, they might get in a position to see that. Now there's no threat of a tornado at this point in time. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It will have to go through a recycling period. But needless to say, that is where my guys are at. And that's for this supercell here that's in Bridgeport, dropping some hail right along I-40. That northern storm we looked at before continues to kind of weaken slowly. Still has really broad rotation with it though, which means it'll still contain some hail for a little while. Let's see, but I think that's even come down. What's the values on these? Yeah, even the hail size has come down quite a bit, 0.85 inches. So these storms up here continue to slowly die, basically. Still officially a severe thunderstorm warning, they're just slowly dying. Okay, this guy out here in Rocky still rocking along. So Washita County, intersection 183 and 152 is where this storm's about to cross into. Some big hail there, just northeast of Dill City, 1.25 inches in diameter. Here's another trigger, about 1 3/4 inches. So again, we're talking about basically golf ball size hail you can expect out of that. And let's see, probably too far away to get a good look at the velocity data, but it's a good strong supercell. Okay, so back to this Hinton one. So it's undergoing a nice little change, still moving due east. By the way, the latest wording on this was moving east at 30, tennis ball size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Ooh. Well, we can verify the 60s. We just drove through it live. Hail size, algorithms tripping, 2.5 inches, 3 inches. 3-inch size. That's why they put tennis ball size hail in the wording. Let me look at the bill on this one. Through the roof, 127. Wow. This has got 12 kilograms. So 100% chance of severe hail, and 3 inches is the estimated size. So tennis ball size hail out of this monster, and that's just west of Bridgeport is where the hail core is. So you guys can get hit with some big hail in Bridgeport. Looks like it may just pass the northwest side of town. Looks like that last scan, even though the storm's moving east, it may obviously jot to the north just there, because that big brunt of this hail core may end up just nicking you on the northwest side of town. Let me see if I can check out the ZDR. Oh yeah, ZDR is way low. What value is this? -1? Yeah, some big hail. And then the KDP. So uniform on the KDP deal. It's red for all basically uniform rain, that just kind of light to moderate. And then once you get hail mixed in, it goes to this crazy speckle color, and typically large hail. It's either that or very, 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 very heavy large raindrops. But in this case, we can co-locate it with everything else and go, that's some big hail. So we've got our ground truth, or well, close to ground truth you can get, radar truth from all these different products we can get out of them these days. So that's impressive. Okay, let's see here. Again, no threat for tornado at this point in time. It is moving due east. It has a hook echo. It is rotating. It's a monster supercell, big hail, and it's heading right toward Oklahoma City metro area. So we are going to watch this, track it, and stay with it until it either dies or that kind of threat is over, or whatever it may be. So see if the guys said anything new. Flooding in Hinton. Yeah, I would think so. That was a big heavy rain thing that just went through. Let's see here. Let me see if they've got... I was going to see something. I have to go to this one. Not yet. Okay, just want to look at the storm total rainfall out here. The models actually picked up a secondary round of where the heavy rain was going to be, and they had it up here in this area, northwest Oklahoma. I call it northwest Oklahoma. It's kind of still west central Oklahoma, but these amounts around 2.5 inches of rain. So again, that can cause some flash flooding when it comes down to such a short period of time. Okay, let's go back to radar view and take a look at this. Alright, so we told you that the storm would have to recycle and change from the RFD before it can get a potential tornado to get going out of it. And it's doing that now. So we've got our area of rotation here, very weak, but that is where it is currently located. And then we'll see what happens with that. Give it some time, see if it matures. This guy up here in the north, becoming a wind maker, it's got a comma head to it, which is this rotation right here. So when that happens, every now and then you can get a tornado that'll come out of that area. But typically it just means you get some good strong winds on the leading edge. So that is what we're going to watch for. A little wind maker up here for Kingfisher County, Kingfisher itself in Dover. So we'll watch for that thing. So we got two areas of wind coming up here for two different storms. This new Cordell one, same deal with it. It's getting its act together. It's got some good mid-level rotation with it, so we'll see what happens with it. Give it some time. Okay, so back into this view. Man, that hail is just not letting up. Wow, impressive. 3.25 inch size now. Hail from the algorithms. Man, so that is some big hail. That's coming just west of Gary. You look aloft, and that hail core is not done. Whoa! All right, so that is at 40,000 feet. So this particular hail core right here, that's the big one. That's 40,000 feet. For all the hail to be over with, it has to come down all the way. Looks like it's not happening. It's being sustained aloft, which means the updraft from this storm is extremely strong. So if the updraft can suspend, baseball-sized hail, then that's quite a severe supercell. All right, so my guy's about to get on I-40. Now, as far as rotation centers go, since I got this up, let me take a look. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting closer. So it's definitely a storm to watch. Still got a ways to go, but we're getting more organized and see what happens here. Okay. All right, so that is that one particular supercell storm out here that is between Hinton and Gary and now approaching Calumet. The hail core itself is going to, of course, be in Gary now, in the Calumet here, another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, then Okarche by the time we get closer to 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's the latest with this particular supercell. Now, if you guys out here, if you're listening and you're in Bridgeport, between there and Gary, and you just got slammed, and you've got that big hail that's done some damage, and you need to get your roof replaced, just call my storm chasing buddy Shane from Curb Appeal Roofing and Construction. Tell him I sent you, and then they'll end up minimizing your out-of-pocket costs for your insurance, no problem. And then they'll actually throw in either a gift card or a free drone, so just for using them. So that's Curb Appeal Roofing and Construction. Just ask for Shane. Tell him that I sent you. If you want their number, it's 405-601-9222. Just call them first thing in the morning. And that kind of goes for anybody out there if you get hit by some of this big hail. And I'll repeat that a little bit later. The gift card is like a Cottonwood salon for $300. So I know the women will like that. I used to go to Cottonwood when I worked at Channel 5. They had our contract up there for all of our hair and makeup and accessories, all that stuff back in the day. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see if there's any other development on this one. So yep, some good wind. This would be a good wind maker, this northern one. So not a tornado maker, but definitely some good wind maker. Come out of Loyal. So Dover and Kingfisher, we already kind of gave you a heads up on that. Hennessy also, you're going to eventually get some wind out of this particular storm. It's kind of lined out. So again, no tornado threat with it, but it's going to have the wind with it. It's these southern storms you have to keep an eye on for tornado threats. That's this one right along I-40 and this one down here in Cordell. Those are the two ones that we're going to need to keep a close eye on. They'll be the ones that are most likely going to produce. And that's why when I saw this in the model data earlier today and I gave that update at lunch, that was why I was a little concerned. I was like, it's a little too close for comfort. So I don't like them when they show up like that. And looking at the mesonet, I don't like what I see here either. Okay, so we've got surface winds coming in like this north of 40. Here's one again. So they're kind of in a northeast vector. let's see, this one's a due east vector. This one's kind of northeast. This one's due east. This one's almost due east. So basically, we've got a good solid boundary running through here. So if this this storm here stays on this boundary, doesn't go too far north, it does have a pretty good chance at producing a tornado. The more north it goes, the less that chance is going to be. And it had been moving northeast, and then lately it's kind of moved more east. Let me put this into motion. Yeah, it's still kind of jogged to the northeast a hair, but it's definitely been moving a lot to the east. But if it keeps moving northeast, we can get it off that boundary, then the threat for a tornado disappears pretty quickly. Alright, let me see what it looks like. Velocity side of things. No, nothing yet. Just a big prolific hailmaker. Still close to 3 inches in size. And that's right along 281 and 270 coming out of Gary. So that is where the hail core is. So I feel sorry for you guys. That's some destructive hail. It's a lot of roofs going to need to be replaced from that deal. Okay, just hit inflow winds out of the south near Cherokee Travel Plaza. Oh, where's my list here? Where'd that go? It's back there somewhere. There it is. Okay, W2 and L4. Okay, that's W2, so that's that one. And L4, that one. Okay. So, just looking at the each of these storms have a cell identifier, and then my algorithms here on the right tells me what's inside each one. So the W2 one is definitely the biggest one, 2.5 inch size hail. Has a TVS trip, which stands for tornado vortex signature, which just means that it's rotating pretty good. But a lot of times they false on these TVSs. Okay. So, like I said, no imminent threat of a tornado at this point in time. Just a supercell storm that's trying to get its act together and has some broad, good rotation with it, which is enough to create some really big hail. And like I said, it's destructive hail too. That's tennis ball and baseball size. That probably went through Geary and Bridgeport, that whole area. And then we've got, looks like a little bit of hail here on the south end of it, where you got the hook echo. It's formed, and we've already had some strong winds up around 60 on that hook, on the RFD that came out of it. My guys drove through that. They're on 40 now, looking back into that area. Matter of fact, let me go back to their. Let's see, there's that feed, and here's this feed. So yeah, so they're out ahead of the storm right now, getting into position. Okay, so I'll keep checking in with them a little bit later. Okay, so this one, man, just a lot of wind is kicking up, so it's got a nice reflectivity notch as a result. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm going to go back up there and look again. What time is that? 6:20. Let's just look at this, just because. Alright, there's the south, so there's all the hail that's stuck aloft up at 30,000 feet. And then that extends. Oh yeah, okay. Wow, that's pretty good. So basically this core here is tilted like this. This is where the hook is, and it tilts up, that draft tilts all the way back up there in the main core of the storm. That is pretty impressive. It just means it's really strong. We already knew that. To get hail that big, it has to be strong. Alright, I'm looking for rotation characteristics to see if that's tightened up any. Okay. Still working on it. We're getting there though. Every time I look at this, it just seems to be a little stronger. Okay. Still RFD though, and no threat of a tornado at this point in time. Oops, press the wrong button. Okay, it's got up here in Kingfisher. Let's see, still got some good wind with it. It's about close to 60 miles per hour, just what the radar was showing. It's likely probably bigger than that. Let's see, the Weather Service warning is 460 mile per hour winds. So that's the latest with that one. Even the hail size has come down quite a bit, so I don't expect anything big on the hail. Probably nickels or dimes. Okay, so my guys said they have a massive wall cloud with a lot of inflow for they're near the Cherokee Travel Plaza. So they're on I-40. So we're looking at that the big supercell we've been focused on here. Okay, so that's why we're sticking with it. Of course, that doesn't surprise me. It's got a big wall cloud with it. And I'm sure it's a rotating wall cloud, even though it'd be hard to see at night. But still all outflow dominated, so no threat of an immediate threat of a tornado, which is good. Like I said, just right now, a big old hail maker. Let's do a storm track on this. We've been watching this here for a while. And I want to track, I guess, twofold. Well, we kind of mentioned Calumet and Okarche a few times now for the hail core. But I want to track for the, I guess what would be the circulation part of the storm. In other words, where if we were to actually get a tornado, we track them as a cyclone area, and then we see where that's going to go. So we'll do that. Let's see. So we'll do that here. Okay. What was the wording on that one? I think that was moving east at 30. Yeah, each one of these is moving just a little different on the speed. Okay, east at 30. We'll have it. I'm gonna have it move just a little to the north of east. Yeah, there's nothing, no other big communities in there. It's gonna eventually get to Piedmont here at about 12, or excuse me, well, almost an hour from now. So probably about 2:20, something like that. It'll hit Piedmont, and then this will of course pass probably on the north side of El Reno. So this area here, the way things are going, this area here should kind of move like this. So we'll see if that happens. The only change would be if it were just become a hard right mover and just move due east from here on out. And that can happen, but no signs that it's going to right now. Okay, so that was the latest with that one. Let me look at some of these products. Sometimes these products will come in, they look pretty good. Probe. Yeah, my guy said a lot of inflow, so there's 60 mile per hour inflow going in this storm. That's the kind of thing you can hear, like it just sounds like a jet when you're out there listening. Let's see. Okay, sometimes these products come in, sometimes they don't. That's okay, we haven't had a lot of wind damage reports yet, but the potential's there. They've got 60 plus mile per hour winds in these. That was 67. And then here's the shear on that one. Let's see if there's anything gate to gate. No. Okay. So we're just kind of sitting here watching it, folks. I'm watching it with you, tracking it. And the only reason why I'm doing that is because it has a chance to produce a tornado. If it didn't, I wouldn't be. It was just going to be just the typical stuff that we normally get around here. But this one's a pretty strong one, so we'll see what happens. Okay, my guys have, looks like to be a funnel with this. So, yeah, they're both seeing a funnel. But they said the cloud base is now very low. Okay. Let's see if I can get their video is going to be hard to see in the dark. And they have to be positioned where we can see it. And since they're still driving, it's going to be hard. Looks like they locked up on theirs. Okay. Let's see. He's got it pointed toward the area. We'll see if we can't get a shot of it. Look like he's going through some internet dropout zones over there. Alright, so we're looking at that supercell storm on I-40 west of El Reno. See, he's got his autofocus on, so it's trying to focus on the raindrops on the glass. There it goes, there it clears up. Alright, there I saw something. Boy, it's dark. That's the problem with chasing at night. Man, it just makes it hard to see. So, he's going to stop and position. That way maybe we can get a good shot. So this is Sammy and Brandon from Oklahoma Storm Chasers. So, they rushed to get in a position for this one to meet it just in time. Drove through some of that RFD earlier to get a good taste of the wind that came out of it. And let's see if we can see anything here. It'll be harder for me to see than it will be for you because I got all these bright lights around me. We'll see if we can't see something. All I need is a flash of light. Come on, lightning. So, come on, lightning. All right. Well, let's go back to that here in a minute. Okay, so they're looking probably northwest because it's the circulation center is going to be up around Calumet. Let's see here. Yeah, so it'll be the west side of Calumet is where this wall cloud would be. With, like I said, they thought they could see a funnel, but man, it's just dark. It's hard to tell. But radar so far doesn't scream anything imminent yet. That's why we have those chasers out in the field, though. Sometimes they can get a good view. Looks like a wall cloud, rotating wall cloud reported. Well, you can't tell if it's rotating, but down here in Ouachita County near Cordell, this is going to be right along Highway 152, and looks like County Road 2280. So basically just east, 3 miles east of 183. So south of Bessie and southwest of Corn. So I have to keep an eye on that one. Nothing imminent or dire out of that yet. This one up here to the north, still a nice wind event that went through 81 Kingfisher. So you guys got a little taste of some wind. That's going to, and Dover's getting it now, and that'll continue to move east. Not much hail, but definitely some wind. So let's see what this Calumet storm does here. What's that? 3-3. Just, you know, the velocity is just not impressive. Okay, so yeah, they're northwest of Calumet. Okay, I thought they were on 40. They must have jotted north. Okay. Alright, they're going to reposition and get out of the lights so you can see the wall cloud better. Okay, when they get back up, we'll pull them back up. Let me see if Shane is still up. He's getting repositioned too. He looks like he's going through Calumet. So once he gets out of Calumet and gets out of these city lights, we'll be able to see if he can get a good view of the wall cloud. Like I said, so far the biggest news story out of this storm here has been the hail it's produced. So far, the biggest I saw, I think, was what, 3.25 inches in diameter. So we're easily talking tennis ball, maybe baseball size hail, no problem. So looks like Shane's going to position here. He's going to point. There we go. Got some lightning finally. Maybe we can see something. Tell you what, this is the most frustrating part is the nighttime is trying to get lightning strikes to cooperate with you so you can actually see what the storm looks like. So wait here a second, see if we can get something. And actually, let me check on the lightning on that also. So it looks like it picked up some. Yeah, there's a lot of fresh white on the map, so within the last minute or two, a lot of lightning strikes for this particular storm. So it's actually increased in electrical activity. Okay, so we'll go give him another second here, see if we can see something. Alright. Come on, lightning. So again, no tornadoes here in central Oklahoma yet. We're still watching this one storm that's has the potential to do it, but hasn't done it yet. It might be a little high based. It might be. Again, I can't see some not out there. But they did say it had a nice lower wall cloud on it. They thought they may have seen a funnel. So, alright, we'll get back with Shane's feed here in a second. Take a look here at the radar, see if anything's changed there. And doesn't look like it. Hail size is still up around 3 inches. So definitely some severe hail. And the biggest hail core right now is at 192nd Street Northwest and Red Hat Road. That's the intersection. So that's southwest of Okarche by about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 miles. Okay, looking at the... Okay. So the area rotation, if you can call it that, is now northeast of Calumet by about a mile outside of town. And again, not that impressive at all, on radar anyway. So I don't know where Shane was in relation to this. I thought he was in Calumet on the north side of town, but he said he's got some monster hail coming down, so he's bailing. This is his speed. Man, go back in there. I want to see some of that big hail. Why you gotta be chicken? So I think the other guy's gonna stay and get pounded by hail just to see what it's like. But y'all, if y'all want some hail, you gotta drive a little more into that hail core. Get a taste of those baseballs. I can see some of the hail crossing the road, so that's not too big. So I think he's in the town of Calumet. That's what I think. Oh, let me look at his GPS. I don't know why I did that. Instead of guessing, I can just actually go pull it up. So let me see, where are they? Okay. Yeah, he's in the town. So Shane, he's right smack dab in the town. And then Brandon and them on the north side of town. So they lost their feed because they geared the internet connection back up. So Shane is trying to avoid the hail. So he's right about here, which is surprising. Big hail's come out of that, because if he's getting big hail in this little weak area of the storm, I can't imagine what the hail on this side or this side looks like. Man, you guys gotta be seeing some monster hail. Yeah, ZDR values are way low. And CC's a mess. So, Okarche, again, you're gonna get that big hail core, assuming that it holds together. And let me check upstairs to see if it's still holding aloft. Remember, I think we checked it was, what, 30,000 feet? Or 40,000 feet, maybe? So if it's dropping below that, it might indicate that the core's coming down. Let's see, yeah, it's dropped a little. It's at 22,000 feet, roughly. So this may be dropping this big hail core now. On the tail end of the hook, here's a little hail core here. Just see how things spinning. See if there's anything there. Okay. Nothing crazy with that. Let's check this thing out here. About like it's been. It's just like real slowly. Just okay. So basically, what I'm looking at. So this column here and this column here. These are measure of wind speeds going in two different directions, and in between is the mesocyclone. That's like a corkscrew spinning. So that's where your tornado would be. If one were to form, it kind of comes out of this area and then down to the surface. So anyway, that's what I'm looking to continue to increase, and it keeps every time I pull that up, it looks a little bit better toward that direction. All right, so 70 mile per hour wind gust in 5 miles south of Calumet was reported. Somebody in the broadcast media, so probably a storm chaser on their equipment. Okay. Yeah, still nothing that says tornado, so that's good. So no need to worry about that, but just the big hail, it's just a big hail maker. Still, let's see, what's I got? 2 inches. So the hail size has come down. Now that jives what we just looked at aloft. So that's not surprising. Let's see here. I don't know if we can see any of the hail from Shane's. It looks like heavy rain at this point in time. Yeah, you can't make out any hail even if there was any. But he's got some good wind out of that. Wind-driven rain. Okay. Let's what do I do now? Let me check this guy out. See where the front is. Okay, so the warm front kind of snaking about like so. Never did get a really good area of low pressure down here to the southwest yet. It's still trying to do something. It might be 2, one here and one here, but never did get that strong. And these winds down here are still a little weak. But anyway, so this boundary is the magic boundary where you want to, you got storms along this boundary, and south is where the instability is. Now that storm out here that we're looking at, which is roughly here, if it can just get a little more east, it can get on top of that boundary, and then I don't think we'd have a problem about whether or not we're going to see a tornado. I think it would happen. So it might be a godsend that it's just a little north, just by enough. Okay, so that is that. Let me look at this for giggles. Like I said, sometimes this thing is good information, and sometimes it doesn't really tell me much at all. Yeah, it's just let me see out here. Yeah, according to this guy, I mean, you wouldn't get a tornado at all in this environment. I don't know why it's so set on that. Let me look at the bad wind profile. Still plenty of turning. I'd like to see it turn more, though, if we're going to get a good tornado threat. It's starting to become more linear, especially even up here in the mid to upper levels. Once that happens, it becomes more of a heavier rain maker and more line segments. And that makes it harder to produce a tornado. Let's see here. Okay. Close that again. Is that in 8? It's in 5. Oh, in 8 up there. Okay. Alright, so this guy up here is still cranking out the winds we talked about. So east of Dover by about 10 miles is where that band of wind is going. So eventually it'll head up toward Crescent, Cimarron City, Cedar Valley, right along 74, and Lovell. You guys eventually get some good wind out of that. It's straight line winds basically, so about 60 miles per hour. I haven't seen any reports come in yet, so We'll see if they do trickle in. Let's see, we got a storm up here, just some heavy rainfall. Summer, Morrison, come up towards Stillwater, no big deal there. Northeast Oklahoma, things have really quieted down, so it's no big deal there. Nothing in the south. Southwest Oklahoma, these guys are finally crossing in from the Red River and over from Texas, so they'll continue to kind of grow and get bigger and organized. We'll see what happens with them over the next couple of hours. This storm out here in Corn, let's see what it's doing. Still some broad rotation with it, so it'll be a big hail maker here. Nothing indicate anything close to being tornadic. Let's see, what's the hail size right now? Only an inch, inch and a quarter. Give it some time. It should continue to grow in strength. And then we've got this guy here from north of El Reno, which is actually behaving. Remember when I told you that that spot would pass just north of El Reno? So that looks like that's going to do so. So Calumet, 1 inch size hail. That was probably Shane and the guys reporting that. Oh, you know what? Remember how I told you that that hail core was dropping earlier? All that purple that we had on the map? You see the purple? Nope, it's gone. Go back a few frames. Yeah, you see all this? That's where it was dropping its hail core in that whole area, and now it's gone. Now, what that also means that that storm is a lot weaker than what it was a moment ago. Let's see, power pull down at 192nd and Calumet. Let's see if his feed shows it. He may have already left. Yeah, he left. Okay. Well, that's too bad we didn't get to see it. Alright, so apparently some power pulls down in Calumet in 192nd. So he had some pretty good wind that was going through at that time. So, not surprising. Okay. So, this particular storm still kind of moving to the east, but with the jog to the north, so kind of a slight northeastward fashion. Now, let me go look upstairs, only because I think with that core dropping, the whole storm itself has probably gotten quite a bit weaker. Where did my thing go? Okay. Yeah, it only has a little... Oh, hold on a second. I didn't... Let me get that. Yeah, that was the current time. Oh, that was that little spot right there. My bad. Get back in there. Okay. So, for the hail core, one little tiny area, and that's it. It's not very tall. So it's dropping its load still. Alright, since I got this up, let me just look at this again. Now the rotation, interestingly enough, has gotten still a little bit better. Try this guy here. Yeah, actually the rotation's improved a hair, even though it dropped its hail core. Now when it drops its hail core again, it just means that the updraft can't sustain the size of the hail anymore. That the winds going up can't offset the weight of these huge giant baseballs hanging up there, just hanging out in the sky. So they got to come down. And they usually do it all at once, and so it looks like that's what's been happening over the last few minutes. Okay, let's see if we got anything else here on the velocity data. Back to being RFD dominant. So that's rear flank downdraft, strong winds. Okay. I'm going to pull in the other radar again. Let's see if it's close enough. Let's see what it's going to show us. Okay. Let me do something here. Okay. Just looking at a different radar view to see if we can't see anything a little bit different from this particular storm. We're at 1,800 feet, so really good level. So if we're going to get a tornado out of this, this would be a good elevation to track that with for the altitude. Okay, not happening though right now. So by the way, I do want to thank you guys for watching. This is very low-key, laid back. I'm not going to jump and scream and on one leg and dance around saying this thing could produce a tornado at any moment, because it's not true. It's not the case. I just tell you exactly what it's doing. I talk you through what the storm's doing. Give you a timeline when it should get better, or if it's getting stronger, if it's getting weaker. Kind of how I approach it. Let's see. So it looks like the storm is still just slightly elevated, which is why it keeps getting RFD dominant. So because of the winds, strong winds, and El Reno, probably knocked off some power for some of you folks. And anytime you get some RFD type winds, the power poles go down. Like I said earlier, we had some down in Calumet, so it's not surprising. Let's see, let's see, what speed is that? Okay, gust to 51 miles per hour on a mesonet site in El Reno. So that's not quite severe thunderstorm wind, but that's just that one particular spot. There could have been other stronger winds that moved through. So that's not surprising. Let's see here. Actually, there's stronger winds, at least aloft, in this northern part of the storm. That's up here, like I said, up around Crescent and Level. You can see the whole thing is kind of like a little mini line segment. Okay. That's just a good strong supercell with a good outflow wind out of it. That's it. It's probably not going to produce a tornado. It's already getting more and more north of that favored zone, so the more it keeps doing that, the odds of it producing one drop every mile it goes. And if it's already kind of somewhat elevated, then it can't get rooted, so it's really not going to do it. So then we have to focus our attention on this guy out here in west from Corn and see what it can do. And then we'll have to focus our attention down here on these guys in southwest Oklahoma, see what they can do. And right now they're not in a favorable area for producing tornadoes anyway. They have to go another, good grief, 50 miles east. They need at least to get to 183 down here to get into the juice. Right now they're on the cold side. That's not going to do anything for them other than just some hail. Oh, it's going to be a long night. It's only, 2 o'clock in the morning? These guys are taking forever. I might fall asleep on you guys. Oh my goodness. Man, I need a shot of adrenaline or something. Woo. Okay, so I haven't done a lot of storm tracks because these things actually slow down in speed. They're just moving due east. So it's it's just going to be a while. Highway 74 is the next major, road that's going to get hit with wind, north-south, stretching all the way from, Marshall, Level, Crescent, Cedar Valley, down here to Edmond, and then back into the west side of the metro, Piedmont. This storm actually kind of, as I said, is drifting more to the north as it goes east, so it'll probably bypass most of the metro, just kind of clip Edmond, northwest side of Edmond. That looks like the how that one's going to play out. Okay. See what the winds look like in this one out west. Hadn't looked in a while. Same kind of deal, just a good, strong, broad mesocyclone. That's what time is that? Okay, just came in. Actually, that tightened up quite a bit there in that last scan. Where'd that TVS come from? What is that, B9? N5? No, not on N5. Oh, that's this guy up here. False alarm. Silly algorithms. You get a little wind and they get excited. Yeah, it's old news. Just straight line winds. Same thing. Ooh, the wind picked up a little bit more for this guy here at 55 miles per hour. So that'd be coming toward basically between Piedmont and Yukon. So that's the RFD for this particular cell. But that's old news too. That's nothing new. Heck, it was 70 down here a minute ago. And then we had what, 51 and just west of El Reno. Okay, let me focus on this guy here for a second. Like I said, this Weatherford, you got impounded twice by two supercells, producing some hail in your backyard. Okay, this one not nearly as potent or strong. You see the pink is a little teeny tiny, cute little seal. It does look like a little seal in a water park. At 25,000 feet, so it doesn't have nearly the amount of hail with it or the size. But it's still a good strong storm. It's close to 50,000 feet in elevation. And then now, let me go look and see what the rotation characteristics look like, if there are any. Aloft. And, nope, nothing to write home about just yet. Alright, let's do a little sanity check out here. Remember, when I tell you that just because something has a hook echo like this does not mean it's going to produce a tornado. A lot of hook echoes, very few tornadoes come out of them. But that does get your attention. That makes you do want to take a look at just to make sure. That's what we just did. And there's a lot of noise with this guy. Oh, get that back off of there. And the velocity data. So I'm always going to take a second look. So we'll see. The rotation is still is broad over a span of 3 or 4 miles. So we'll see. It's definitely increasing as far as its intensity goes and development. So we'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, back to this one here, northwest of town, Oklahoma City. This guy's got some good wind with it, and that's been about it. No threat for tornado out of it, not even close. It had some really large hail, dropped its... Oh, you know what, Okarche? You guys, man, you got so lucky. You got what? I say lucky. You got, looks like 1.5 inch size hail, walnut size hail. And I say lucky because it was baseballs a while ago, and then that new core that we saw aloft is now dropping northeast of town. So now we're back up over, up over golf balls and probably tennis balls again, just to your east, right along the river. Let's see, what river is this? Uncle John's Creek Stream. Uncle John, huh? Anyway, Uncle John, your creek is getting some hail, and that's let's see, County Road 860 and 2850 is the intersection of that. So that's 3 miles northeast of Okarche. That's where the next hail core's coming down, and that's south of Kingfisher by about 3 miles. So Kingfisher, you luck out. You don't get to see the big hail. Okarche, you don't get to see the giant hail either. But those of you folks that live in that area, east and southeast of there, you are going to get the big hail. Let's see. AT's weather alert says a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for your area. Well, it's always good to know that my app works, right? Okay, guys are heading toward Bridgeport. Alright, they're going to intercept that next supercell. So they bailed on this one here, and they're going to go intercept this one, come out of Weatherford and see what it does. Smart move. Okay, so we got a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Oklahoma County. This just came out, and it is moving east at 40, golf ball size hail, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Ping pong ball size hail happened in Okarche moments ago. Yeah. Well, we got walnut. We got 1.5 inches. You know, you pick any fruit, vegetable, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's what we're gonna do. Might as well just break out the whole pantry and just start calling hail sizes, whatever it looks like. Isn't that ridiculous? Maybe that's what we should do. Stop yelling out inches and sizes, and we'll just go with fruit and vegetables. That goes back to my hot dog size hail. I'm just gonna use hot dog size hail. I like hot dog size hail. If I ever see a hailstone looks like a hot dog, I'm gonna freak out. It'll be the end of days. Okay. Where are we now? Let me look at the winds again. Let's plot these bad boys. Let's see. That's 58, 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that is Britton Road between Britton and Wilshire, just west of Cemetery Road, just east of Frisco, just west of Highway 4. So right along Highway 4 north-south out of Piedmont is where you're going to get the winds that are coming on in from this particular supercell, all called RFD, non-tornado related, just strong damaging winds that can happen out of a severe supercell thunderstorm. Up here to the north, same thing, right along Highway 74 between Lovell and Crescent. You guys are getting the same kind of deal there. The rest of the metro is quiet. And back out here in the west, still broad, large scale rotation south of Weatherford. No tornado with it. Just a good strong supercell that continues to increase in intensity. Alrighty. Let's go to this view here. Let me see if these products will work for me. Downdraft potential 59, 60, 62, 64. Let's see, velocity data coming in. There's 51. There we go. 50, 51. It's a little bit weaker than the last scan I think we saw. Let me come up here again. Pick a good one. 58 miles per hour. Okay. See what else I got that might mean something. Nah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, well obviously this is making its way into the western sides of Edmond here momentarily, moving through northern Oklahoma County. I think we said, 40 mile per hour was the wording on that? Yeah, east at 40. So we shall see. Hail detection 2¼ inches in diameter. This is east of Okarche. Like I said, we're getting back up to the tennis ball size hail. So let me see if I can do something. No. Okay. So for you guys that live from Cashin to Okarche to Gary, back down toward I-40, that you just got pummeled with some of that big hail, that's anything larger than golf balls is going to do damage to your roof, and some of that was up to baseballs. Like I said, you can call my guy Shane at Curb Appeal Roofing and Construction. Just tell him I sent you. Call him first thing in the morning, and they're going to give you either a $300 Cottonwood Salon gift card or a Phantom 3 drone. So the idea is the gift cards for the women, and the dudes get the drone for fun. But they'll minimize your out-of-pocket costs with your insurance, and so they'll really work out a deal on that one. And so Curb Appeal Roofing and Construction, tell them I sent you, though. You got to tell them AT sent you, and then you can get that deal. 601-9222. So that's a 405 number, 601-9222. So give Shane a call, and get your roof repaired and anything else you might have had damaged, because they do all the construction too. So you're going to need it if you live in that area, because that was a bad storm that rolled through. Hopefully we don't see anything like that here in the northern end of Edmond. It looks like we're going to be mostly with the wind, but hey, sometimes the wind can do some damage. Let's see if anybody's checked in. Okay, so there's a bad accident on I-40, westbound on I-40. So if you're traveling westbound on I-40, heading toward Bridgeport, let me go over here. In fact, let me pull up this deal here, tell you where it is. Okay, so really bad accident is on I-40, just east, let's see, of the split on the 281 spur. So it looks like about 3 miles east of there is where the accident's going to be. That's all I know. I don't know anything more than that. So if you're an EMT official, emergency management, whatever, and you're listening, that's something you want to respond to. There you go. And that is I-40. I wish these things had mile markers on them, but they don't. Closest intersection, I guess, is 2690 South Mayberry Road and I-40. So somewhere near there is a pretty bad accident. Okay, let's check on the lightning here. Still pretty good here for that storm coming in from the west of town. And then that one down here near Weatherford still got a lot of positive strokes on it. A lot of white on the map. And even that stuff up north, Marshall and up north of Stillwater, it's got a lot of lightning with it too. And then down, that lightning triggers all the way down to southwest Oklahoma with that new activity. The Tulsa stuff, all that stuff kind of died out and moved away. So this is all old values up there in northeast Oklahoma. So now all the action is now back here closer to central and western Oklahoma. Let's see here. Okay, let me see what we got. Oh yeah, I meant to pour this up earlier. So Piedmont getting some good heavy rain, getting a little bit of wind. Probably at least 50 miles per hour, at least. Let's see. This radar here is estimating 55, and that's at 2,000 feet elevation. And that strongest wind, remember, due south out of Piedmont, and then you go over another block, it's Mustang Road that runs north-south, and you get Sarah Road that runs north-south, and you're going to get the Turnpike and Morgan Road. So those are your 3 north-south roads getting hit by the wind. But it's not tornadoes by any means. It's just some strong straight-line winds up around 50 to 60 miles per hour. Here's a little spot close to 70. Locust Grove Run and Coyote Road over here, a little neighborhood. That's the intersection of Edmond Road and Sarah Road. So that's a pretty good strong pocket of wind right there. Now there is a station here. Is this a Mesonet station or ASOS? Airport. Alright, so there's an airport station that got some pretty good wind rolling through it. So we'll see in its next update what kind of wind gust it received. We'll see if that tells us anything to get a little ground truth. Okay, so I just got a little warning from my app that says a twisting storm approaching, current location. So it has on the twisting storm is where it says a storm is capable of producing a tornado. All right, so it says that because A, it's a supercell storm. Okay, check. B, it's saying that because it has straight line winds with it that can do some same kind of amount of damage as a tornado. Now the sanity check is the BTI number. So on my phone here, the BTI number for my house is 4.7. So on a 4.7, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm not too worried about it. I'll pay attention, but I'm not too worried about it. Now once that number gets higher, or jumps really quick, or starts out as a 7 or 8, 9, 10, I'm hitting the deck. Because that typically means you're getting a tornado. So I have yet to see it go that high with just a straight line wind event. So we'll see what happens with this one. And just a little ground truth and see what happens. So, in case you guys are getting the same alerts here using my app here in Edmond, that is why it is going off. And we'll see what my weather station ends up showing, because I should be able to get the wind here pretty good, what's left of it. Now, if the storm continues to gust out, looks like the latest couple of runs have shown, I may not get a whole lot out of it. It may be dropping its load now for you guys in Piedmont, which is fine by me. I don't have to have those big winds. It'd be fun though. Oh, I'll probably lose my fence. It's already hanging on by a thread. Gotta get that thing replaced. Okay, so wind speeds here estimated. Like, that's the other deal, is the Doppler estimates are only 50 miles per hour. It's not that big of a deal. But I know there's going to be pockets that come down a little stronger than that. Let's see, is Facebook still kicking? You guys still watching? Every now and then I have to look over there and check. So it cuts me off after a couple hours, I think. So I may have to start a new broadcast. So if this one ends for whatever reason, you'll get a notification I'm going again. And for whatever reason, man, half of you can't sleep out there tonight. You got some insomnia or a lot of anxiety, or you're just hanging out drinking beer. Hey, whatever it is, thanks for watching. So we're just watching these storms move on through. Like I said, the biggest threat we've seen so far has been the hail out west, and then now we're getting a little bit of wind with this one. Let's see, some of the numbers coming at 50, 55. What else you got down here? 50. So this isn't huge by any stretch of the imagination. I'll be able to ground truth this here in a little bit. It's going to come over my house there in a few blocks, and then we'll see what it ends up being for real. I imagine I'll probably get at least a 50 mile per hour wind gust out of it. Okay, one down here in Weatherford. Outgoing wind 53, incoming 20, broad circulation on that one. So there's some ping pong ball size hail reported in Piedmont. So Piedmont got not only a little bit of hail, but also the wind. And then we got a ½ inch of hail at Edmond Mustang Road. Gets a little bit bigger again back in toward the Piedmont area. Okay, so we're now into the Oklahoma County line of this wind. There's a 55, 56. Now, severe thunderstorm criteria wind, by the way, is 58. So if this is all that it is just under the severe weather criteria, but only by a hair. And you're splitting hairs at that point, literally, by a mile per hour or two. Okay, but that's just a Doppler radar estimate, so we'll see what, like I said, what the ground truth shows here in a little bit. Let's see, what's this one doing? Let's try this one too. Okay, yeah, there's some purple that went through Piedmont, looks like. Yeah. So there's the red, and you can see a little bit of purple that threw in there. So that little purple, I guess, was the ping pongs that came down. So it kind of gives you a little idea. If you see purple on the radar map tonight, you're going to get at least ping pong man, ping pong. Man, we got to start with that. I can't even say that 3 times fast. Ping pong ball size hail. Say that at home with me. Ping pong ball size hail. Ping pong balls. Okay, so I can't even do it. All right. Like I said, we can have a little fun. Nothing's tornadic. Nothing is at this point life-threatening unless you get a bad situation, you're just struck by lightning or some freak of nature thing kind of happens. Right now we're just riding through a borderline severe thunderstorm with the wind, and then with pockets of some hail that's coming out of it. It just went through the Piedmont area, and even the wind keeps coming down. I'm getting less and less wind values reported with this. Let's see. Yeah, there's a 1.5 inch size hail report for emergency management in Piedmont. So see where that pink is right there in this intersection of Apache and North Piedmont Road, and then this little thing went up here at that intersection. So that kind of jives. It's good. It's good ground truth. So probably a few roofs need to be replaced in Piedmont now. That's the other thing. The roofers, man, they have been dying this spring to trying to find some hail action. It has just been a bad year for those guys. Insurance is loving it. They haven't hardly had any claims. It's the way it goes, feast or famine. Okay, it's getting closer to me, so let's see. My winds are still east, getting up around 30. And I'd say give another, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes, and then we'll see what kind of action comes out of this. Okay, my guys north of Hinton, probably on I-40. Let's go check him out real quick. He's on this storm out here. Yeah. Okay, so he's on this storm out here. He's right here, Bridgeport. So he's at 281 and I-40, looking west. So he's checking out this mess of a storm that's not so well put together at the current time. Boy, it's got some big hail though. That only says 2, but it's got to be bigger than that. That big hailstorm is south of Hydro. This is right along County Street 2460 and County Road 1040 is where that hail core is. All right, let's see if he's got his feet up. Yeah, he does. He's in internet. There he goes. So he's probably parked and looking west. Yeah, so he's got some internet connectivity issues out there. Give it a second, see if it buffers. So I'll check it back into him. He'll probably text me if he's got something worth shooting at. Like I said, he should be, yeah, right here. So he's at I-40 and 281. So we'll check that out here in a bit. And then a lot of lightning with his location here with that storm. Still a lot of lightning with this other moving into northwest Edmond too. Okay, so matter of fact, let's go back and check that. See what the latest is. All these little triangles are TVS trips, tornado vortex signature. They get a little carried away sometimes. Okay. So let's go back over here. Man, I have an east wind at 4 miles per hour. The calm before the storm. That is a null. And I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get much wind out of this. We'll see. I'm betting. If I had to guess, let me see here. Let me cheat. Look at radar real quick. What does that say? 52? That up there says 58. I'm going to guess 49. So we'll see. Okay. Up here to the north, Mulhall and Orlando, still probably going to get a little bit of wind out of this particular part of the storm. So we're pretty much right along 77, north-south. You guys will be getting hit by some of that. Cashin, just northwest of town. Well, actually in town, so the northwest side of town. Then the north and west from there, some big hail coming down. So once again, you're in the large 2.5 size hail category. So we're talking tennis balls or so. I can get a couple larger stones than that. So that's the main intersection of that one is County Road 830 and 2970 and 2980 and 2960, kind of in that block. So pretty much all south of 33, and then you got a couple of spots here north of 33 on 2960. So that little batch is moving through, dropping its core. So Cimarron City, Cedar Valley, you're next. Crescent, you're next. If this hail core still continues to carry, you're going to get some big hail out of that. Okay. Let me take a look at this hydro storm real quick. Let me see how big that hail is. Oh, it's strong, but it's not that tall. It's only 25,000 feet. But this storm, though, has still been slowly organizing. So it still has time to go. Probably get a little bigger. Rotation side of things, it's working on it. So here's the updraft region. So this guy and this guy. So in between is where you get your corkscrew twisting with height. So we'll see if this fills in. If this becomes all solid here, this color, this is all solid, then that means the whole column on the rotation side of things is really strengthened. And then we could watch for a potential tornadic development. But right now I'm not seeing it. It's kind of a messy cluster. And it continues to move northeast. So if it keeps going northeast, it's going to get out of the favorable environment anyway. Okay, then we'll have to turn our attention to these guys in southwest Oklahoma, which still have another, good grief, 40 miles to go before it even gets into any juicy air to even worry about. Okay, so back here in Oklahoma City, in Edmond, from Bethany, just some rain. The wind kicks in north of you. The hail kicks in by the time you get north of Cashin. And let's see here. So Edmond, we're coming up right along 74 as far as the leading edge of the heavier rain. The wind is about that location also. So that is it for that. I just saw something funny, so just giggling. Okay, come on, wind, hit me. East wind at 28. Should be switching directions here in a minute as this line rolls through. There we go, I can hear it cranking. Northwest wind, 30. That's it? Come on. Come on, you can do it. Oh, 20? Come on. Can't be it. We'll see. I'll give it another minute. Seriously, I mean, I'm a weather guy, so I'm going to want something. I'm not going to sit here and just want nothing. I want a little action. Just a little action. Just a teeny tiny taste. So, the line still hadn't quite gotten to me, though. It's just about here. We'll see. Man, I hope that wasn't it. That was pathetic. 30 miles an hour. Come on now. Okay. Let's see here. Try a different radar view. Man, that may have been it. Oh, that's going to kill me. That was the saddest line of wind I've ever seen. 30? Come on. I'm so disappointed. Alright, well, it is what it is. Yeah, that's sad. Okay, so like I said earlier, the winds on this had really diminished once they got to the Piedmont area. East of there, they dropped off quite a bit. Here's a site there. I think this is the airport. Yeah, this is the airport. Remember I said we had that line going through the airport, and it measured a gust of 45. And I think at the time radar was saying 50. So that kind of gives you an idea. And for my house, the radar was estimating 31. Well, I got a 30, so there you go. Well, that was exciting. Okay, well, it is what it is. So even the hail looks like it's come down some from that area to the north. Yeah, I dropped its core. We're along a 33. Go back a few frames. Yeah, you see all that purple dropping between just west of Cashin to 33? So that's gone. I'll have to go upstairs and see if there's anything left. Nope. See that teeny tiny purple spot there in the middle? That's all she wrote of the big hail. Okay. Now let's just hope I keep my internet connection going since now it's raining. We'll see. Been having some trouble lately. Alright. Still a little bit of hail though coming down. That one little core we looked at, the three-dimensional side of things. So it's right across is that a river? Yeah, Cimarron River stream and 33 between those two little borders. And Rockwell Avenue, Industrial Road. What else we got up here? MacArthur Boulevard, Council Road, and that little corridor. That's where the big hail's coming in. Now that is heading right towards Cimarron City, so you guys are likely going to get what's left of this core as it comes on down. You're not going to like it. It's pretty big. Well, it says 1.75 inches just about. Let's see, is that N5? No, where's N5? Oh, that's got to be this guy out here. Yeah, that's this guy out here. So Hydrostorm has had a hail core up around 2.5 inches, tennis balls and baseballs or whatever. That moved through Hydro, looks like. Yeah, we knew that was coming. When I saw this big white thing, I was like, oh, that's some big hail. So that dropped this low. So Hydro, you got some damaged roofs in your neighborhood. So, like I said, the hail guys are going to love Oklahoma for tonight. So at some point here, we're going to have to deal with flash flooding because these storms are kind of going over the same areas just west of Oklahoma City. They're what they call training, and when they train, that just means they keep dropping the rain over the same spots over and over and over. So I'm going to have to look at the rainfall estimates here in a minute. I have a wind gust of 31. I had a bigger wind gust as just the rain moved in than I did from the line of wind. So, yeah, the line of wind that came in was way more impressive than just the gust front that preceded it. And by way more impressive, I mean 1 mile per hour more impressive. So again, some big hail coming in here, Cimarron City, just southwest of town. So be prepared for that. Cedar Valley, you'll probably get a little taste on the west side as well. That's right along the intersection of 74 and 33. So that's where that hail core is going to cross over at from this particular storm. Up north, again, not much of the hail. There might be little pockets of hail. There's some purple in there, but we're also talking about some wind. A little notch on this guy here, but nothing to write home about on the velocity side. Let's see here. So Stillwater, you'll eventually get these storms rolling through. And let's see, back here in Hinton, let's see, Shane had his video up. Let me see if he's still, what's he doing? He's back en route somewhere. Alright, we'll check back in with him. Where is he going? Oh, looks like he's heading back east. So he's just staying out ahead of it. Looks like he's going to probably get somewhere east, reposition, turn around. Okay, so there's that one. No tornado at all. That's good. No threat in the short term either. The storm out here west just couldn't quite get its act together, and it's now moving northward, north of I-40, putting it in the more stable air. The best unstable air is going to be just south of I-40, from the metro down towards, say, Union City, Gracemont, Anadarko, Apache, that kind of line. Well, here, I'll just draw it for you. So basically right around in here, down toward about Medicine Park. So storms need to be coming up into this environment here to have a shot at producing a tornado. Anything north in this area is just not going to happen, looks like. Which means these storms out here to our west-southwest, they're going to have to stay on the low key on the south end too. But the problem is they're getting close to 3 in the morning, so the wind shear should continue to become more linear. So time is running out. Yeah, all these winds here, these directions. So here they're more southwesterly, and here they're more southerly. So our wind should be good grief, can't even speak. Our wind shear, the direction is becoming more linear, which means more southerly in all directions. So the threat for seeing a tornado is quickly diminishing by the minute, and then as that happens, you get more of a flash flooding type situation. It's a good tropical / heavy rain making scenario. So then you still get some hail, still get a little wind, but flash flooding kind of is a transition period for that, and more of a squall line type action. Okay, so now that I looked at that, let me see what's happening out here. Good hail maker for this particular storm in Bridgeport. So, wow, look at the winds on that one. Of course, that's at 5,000 feet. So, just a strong storm. Kind of like what the one that's coming through northern Edmond used to be. It used to be a strong storm. And then it got to Oklahoma County and just kind of weakened quite a bit. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to look at the wind speeds. Or, excuse me, not the wind speeds, the rainfall estimates from the radar. So let's go do that. We'll switch this over. Storm total. So the biggest rain, let's do one panel, has been out here in Weatherford, where they've seen this area purple is 3.5, close to 4 inches of rain, just southwest of Weatherford. Weatherford itself 2.5 inches, Hydro 2.5, 3 inches. A lot of this yellow area is 1 to 2, where you start to get some of the red thrown in. So you can see how this is all north and west of the metro. So far we lucked out, because of course had this round line up like it is here, bend to the east, then we could be dealing with some flooding. And eventually that still may happen. It just hasn't happened in the early part of the evening. We still have another 4 hours of storms to go through tonight that will track in from the southwest and west. So it's not over, it's just the first part of the event. Some good rain here in eastern Oklahoma too, 1 to 2, 3 inches here from some of those storms. Alrighty. Let's see, what do I want to do now? By the way, I'm sure some of you guys have been commenting on the live stream, and I can't read those and then do all this at the same time, so I apologize. You guys have probably asked me 100 questions, and they probably all are, what are we going to get at my house? That's what they usually are. But yeah, I just can't answer them right now. So if you want to have conversations with each other, hey, go for it. Sometimes it's the funniest. Okay, so Shane's looking northwest at, where is he? Okay, southeast of Bridgeport, looking northwest. Let's check out his feed. Where is he? Yeah, okay, there he is. Oh, no, lost his feed. Oh, he's offline. I'll have to tell him he's offline. He probably doesn't know it. Gust to 80? Really? Now that's something. That is something. That was earlier in the evening, by the way. That wasn't recent, but that's impressive. That's close where we saw the 70 reported. This is just west of Canadian County. Let me see. Did I get a thing on that? Oh, there's a W for wind. Yeah, see, there's 70. That's in Canadian County. This was like around the Hinton area. I didn't get an icon for that.